Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient forests of Eldoria wept. Their once emerald leaves turned ashen grey, drifting lifelessly to the forest floor where they crumbled to dust, rather than nourishing the soil beneath. Streams that had flowed crystal clear for millennia now ran sluggish and dark, tainted by an unseen malevolence that crept through the land like poison through veins. Above, the sky hung perpetually overcast, neither day nor night, but a twilight limbo that cast the world in shades of fading hope. Through this dying realm walked Gandalf the Grey, his weathered staff tapping rhythmically against the withered ground as he followed a path known only to himself. His journey had begun months ago with troubling dreams, visions of a shadow rising from ancient depths, of barriers long secured beginning to crumble. The dreams had led him here to the heart of Eldoria, a kingdom whose glory had once matched the majesty of its legendary forests. "Even the trees remember," he murmured, placing a gnarled hand against the bark of a massive oak. Beneath his touch, the tree shuddered, not with the vibrant energy of living wood, but with the tremors of slow death. They remember what sleeps beneath and what begins to wake. A sudden rustling drew his attention. With practiced ease, Gandalf stepped into the shadow of the great oak, his grey robes blending seamlessly with the gloom. From a narrow deer path emerged a young man carrying a satchel of herbs, his movements betraying both purpose and caution. Though simply dressed in a forester's garb, something about his bearing, perhaps the set of his shoulders or the watchful intensity of his gaze, suggested one unaccustomed to hiding. The youth knelt beside a patch of withered plants, his fingers gently probing the blackened leaves. "Still spreading," he muttered, unaware of Gandalf's presence. Another healing grove lost. Gandalf observed in silence, noting how the young herbalist examined the plants with the methodical precision of a trained healer. Yet there was something more, an unconscious grace in his movements that spoke of latent power, untapped and unrecognized. "They will not recover without addressing the source of the corruption," Gandalf said finally, stepping from the shadows. The youth sprang to his feet with surprising agility, a small knife appearing in his hand. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the sudden intrusion, one of Malachai's trackers. "I am Gandalf," the wizard replied simply, "and I track no one on behalf of any lord. I follow only the path of unfolding doom that threatens this realm." Suspicion lingered in the young man's eyes, but he lowered his blade slightly. "Then we walk parallel roads, it seems. I am Thalen, healer of Eldoria's eastern villages, or what remains of them. Each day more fall ill from water tainted by this spreading blight." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "A healer in these troubled times carries a heavy burden. Perhaps that is why you dig in secret at the base of dying trees rather than tending to the sick in your village." A flush crept up Thalen's neck. "I seek answers where others see only misfortune. The elders speak of natural cycles, of drought and disease, but I have seen..." He hesitated, clearly weighing whether to trust this strange grey-robed traveler. You have seen patterns in the spread of the blight, Gandalf finished for him. Burent patterns that suggest purpose rather than chance. Thylon's eyes widened. How could you know? Because I have walked this earth long enough to recognize the difference between natural decay and orchestrated destruction. Gandalf gestured toward the dying forest around them. This is no ordinary illness that afflicts Eldoria. This is the awakening of an ancient evil long imprisoned, an evil whose bindings weaken with each passing day. The young healer's expression hardened with resolution. Then you must know of the medallion. That is what I seek among these roots. The village elder spoke of it before she died, a relic buried by our ancestors that might explain the source of the corruption. Gandalf's interest sharpened visibly. What medallion? A talisman bearing the crest of Valenor, the mage guardian who saved Eldoria 1,000 years ago by imprisoning the Shadow Lord Morgoth. Thalon knelt again, resuming his careful excavation around the tree's massive roots. And according to legend, Valenor created 3 such medallions as keys to strengthen the magical seal, should it ever begin to fail. Gandalf's ancient eyes clouded momentarily with recognition of a name not heard in many centuries. He joined Thalon at the base of the tree, his gnarled fingers brushing aside soil with surprising deftness. Ah, these medallions. They were entrusted to the bloodline of Valenor's closest disciples, were they not? Thalon nodded without looking up. So the stories say. But the bloodlines were lost in the wars of forgetting when the people of Eldoria tried to erase all knowledge of Morgoth from memory, fearing that even speaking of the Shadow Lord might hasten his return. A foolish endeavor, Gandalf murmured. Evil does not diminish when ignored. It merely grows unchecked in darkness. As if summoned by his words, Thalon's fingers struck something solid beneath the soil. Both wizard and healer froze, then began clearing earth with renewed urgency. Moments later, a gleaming object emerged from the ground, a medallion of silver and strange blue metal, inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and change even as they gazed upon them. Thalon reached for it, but Gandalf caught his wrist. Wait. Such artifacts of power recognize blood and intent. If you are not of the proper lineage, its touch may harm rather than help. I am merely a healer, Thalon replied. My family has tended the sick in these forests for generations. We claim no noble blood or magical heritage. Gandalf released his wrist, but continued to study the young man with newfound intensity. Heritage often hides in plain sight, unrecognized by those who carry it. He gestured toward the medallion. Take it, let us see what truth it reveals. With a moment's hesitation, Thalon picked up the medallion. Instantly, the runes blazed with blue-white light, and the young healer gasped as energy coursed visibly through his body, illuminating his veins with the same ethereal glow. The light condensed around his heart, pulsing in rhythm with his quickened heartbeat. Impossible, Thalon whispered, staring at his glowing hands. No, Gandalf said softly. Inevitable. The medallion recognizes the blood of Valenor in your veins. You are not merely his disciple's descendant, you carry the bloodline of the Guardian himself. Before Thalon could respond, a distant horn shattered the forest's silence. 3 short blasts, followed by a long call, a hunting signal. Gandalf's expression darkened. The Twilight Knights. They sense the medallion's awakening. The Twilight Knights are legends, Thalon protested. Shadow warriors who serve no earthly lord. They serve Morgoth, Gandalf corrected grimly, though most believe they perished with their master's imprisonment. They merely waited, infiltrating the kingdoms of men over centuries, positioning themselves for the moment when the seals would begin to weaken. He gripped his staff tightly. "We must move quickly. The medallion's activation will draw them like moths to flame." Thalen clutched the medallion, its light now fading to a subtle glow. "Why would they hunt me?" "I am nothing, no one." "You are everything they fear," Gandalf replied, already gathering his robes for swift travel. The last of Valenor's line, capable of strengthening the seal that binds their master. With the medallion activated, your dormant power awakens, power that has likely manifested throughout your life in small ways. Your healing touch, perhaps, your affinity for plants and growing things. Realization dawned on Thalen's face. "My mother called it the green blessing. She could coax life from the most barren soil. Not blessing, but birthright," Gandalf corrected. "Now come, we must reach the Sanctuary of Stars before the nights intercept us." The days that followed tested both wizard and newly discovered heir as they journeyed through Eldoria's dying lands. The twilight nights pursued relentlessly, black-armored figures whose faces remained hidden behind masks of polished obsidian. Twice they nearly overtook the travelers, and twice Gandalf's magic created narrow escapes. Thalen changed with each passing day. The medallion's awakening had triggered something within him, memories not his own, knowledge he had never learned. His hands, once skilled only at mixing herbal remedies, now occasionally sparked with arcane energy when emotions ran high. "I dream of places I've never seen," he confessed to Gandalf as they camped beneath the skeletal remains of what had once been a mighty stand of silverleaf trees. A chamber deep beneath the crystal mountains, a temple floating on a lake of midnight waters. A tower whose peak touches the stars themselves. The locations of the 3 star crystals, Gandalf nodded, stoking their small fire with his staff. The great gems that form the cornerstones of Morgoth's prison. The medallion shares Valenor's knowledge with his descendant. "But why now?" Thalen asked, turning the medallion in his fingers. Its glow had become a constant companion, brightest when danger approached. "If I am truly Valenor's heir, why has the medallion waited until the corruption spread so far?" Gandalf's eyes reflected the firelight, ancient and sorrowful. "Because magic seeks balance above all else. The seal weakens, and so the counterweight must rise. That is you, Thalen of Eldoria." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to ensure no unseen ears might hear. "But there is more to being Valenor's heir than strengthening a magical prison. There is burden, terrible burden, that you must understand before we reach the first crystal." Before he could elaborate, a new sound penetrated the forest's gloom, hoofbeats approaching at a gallop. Both travelers tensed, Gandalf's staff coming alight with preparation for battle. Into their small clearing rode a figure in armor that gleamed silver in the firelight, a blue cloak billowing behind. The rider dismounted in one fluid motion, drawing a sword whose edge shimmered with enchantment. But the face revealed when the helmet was removed belonged to a woman with fierce eyes and a scar tracing her jawline. "Gandalf the Grey," she said, her voice hard as forged steel. "I might have known you would involve yourself in this affair." "Lady Seraphina," Gandalf acknowledged with a slight bow, though his staff remained raised. "Your family's vigilance remains impressive, if somewhat misdirected." Thalen looked between them in confusion. "You know each other?" "We have crossed paths in matters of similar consequence," Gandalf replied carefully. "My family has hunted the bloodline of Valenor for 7 generations," Seraphina said bluntly, her sword point unwavering as it trained on Thalen. "Well, because of the curse his actions brought upon our lands." "Not curse," Gandalf corrected. "Consequence. a burden Valenor never intended to fall upon innocence. Seraphina's laugh held no humor. Tell that to the children born twisted in my homeland. Tell that to the wells that run with blood on the anniversary of the binding. Her gaze hardened as it fell upon the medallion around Thalen's neck. So the rumors are true. The last heir has revealed himself. I am no one's heir, Thalon protested, though with less conviction than days before. I seek only to stop the blight killing our forests and poisoning our waters. You cannot stop it, Seraphina replied. Not without becoming what your ancestor became, a vessel for darkness. That is Valenor's true legacy. Gandalf stepped between them, his expression grave. Lady Seraphina speaks a partial truth, Thalon. The burden I mentioned, it is this: to imprison true evil, one cannot simply lock it away. A portion must be taken into oneself, contained within one's own soul, balanced by one's own light. Understanding dawned in Thalen's eyes. The Guardian becomes the prison. A living prison, Seraphina confirmed, her sword lowering slightly. For 1,000 years, Valenor's descendants have unknowingly carried fragments of Morgoth's essence within their bloodline. With each generation, the darkness diluted but never disappeared. Now that the outer seals weaken, that essence stirs, seeking reunion with its master. Which is why the Twilight Knights hunt you so desperately, Gandalf added. You are both key and locked to their master's cell. With your blood, they could shatter the remaining barriers that hold Morgoth in check. Thalon's face paled. And if I strengthen the seal as you intend, then you must consciously take that which your ancestors carried unknowingly, Gandalf said softly. You must willingly absorb a greater portion of Morgoth's darkness, binding it within yourself for another 1,000 years, or until a more permanent solution can be found. Silence fell over the clearing as the weight of this revelation settled upon the young healer. Finally, he looked up, determination replacing shock. Is that not what healing has always been? Taking another's pain into oneself, if only for a moment, to help them find balance again. Seraphina's sword lowered completely, surprise evident in her face. You would willingly accept this burden, knowing what it means. What choice do I have? Thalon asked simply. If my blood already carries this darkness, better I contain it knowingly than let it free to consume everything I love. Gandalf's weathered face creased with a smile of profound pride and sadness. And that, Lady Seraphina, is why Valenor's line was chosen as guardian, not for power or privilege, but for the capacity to sacrifice for others. The warrior woman studied Thalon for a long moment before sheathing her sword with a decisive movement. The prophecy spoke of unlikely allies united against greater darkness. Perhaps my family's vendetta has been misguided. She extended her arm in a warrior's greeting. If you truly seek to reinforce the seal rather than break it, then my blade stands with you against the Twilight Knights. As Thalon clasped her forearm in acceptance, the medallion flared with renewed brilliance, casting their shadows long against the dying trees. In that light, Gandalf glimpsed what might be: a healer becoming guardian, a vengeful warrior finding new purpose, and himself guiding them toward a confrontation where the fate of not just Eldoria, but all realms connected to it, would hang in the balance. The hunt for the 3 star crystals would begin with dawn's light. The race against Morgoth's servants had only just begun, and the burden of guardianship awaited at journey's end. But in that moment of alliance, as 3 shadows merged into one upon the forest floor, Gandalf allowed himself to hope that this time, perhaps, the cycle of imprisonment and awakening might finally be broken. For in Thalon's willing sacrifice and Seraphina's unexpected allegiance, he recognized something Morgoth would never understand: the power of choice freely made, and the strength that comes not from dominance, but from the willingness to bear another's darkness when all other paths lead to destruction. Story 2. The scaled throne of Drakoheim stood vacant, a monument to absence that dominated the cavernous hall. 3 centuries of emptiness had dulled its once gleaming obsidian surface, though points of embedded gemstones still caught the torchlight like reptilian eyes watching from shadow. From the high windows of the throne room, one could see the creeping tendrils of emerald mist that the locals called dragon's breath, slowly devouring the lower districts of the once magnificent city. Gandalf the Grey stood before the abandoned seat of power, his weathered fingers tracing ancient runes carved into its massive armrests. Unlike the courtiers and nobles who hurried past this chamber with averted eyes and hushed whispers, the wizard faced the throne directly, reading the stories etched into stone by claws that had shaped the very kingdom. "They say, no one can sit upon it," came a voice from the shadows. "Indeed, that the throne burns any flesh that dares." Gandalf did not turn, recognizing the deliberately casual tone of Regent Malachi, whose velvet and silver finery rustled softly as he approached. "Some thrones are not meant for sitting, my Lord Regent," the wizard replied. "Some exist merely to remind us of what we have lost, or what we have taken." The regent's face tightened almost imperceptibly. 3 months had passed since Gandalf's unexpected arrival in Drakoheim, and the wizard's persistent questions about the kingdom's draconic history had not gone unnoticed by those in power. "The Dragon Kings are legend now, Mithrandir," Malachi said, using the ancient name by which some still knew the wandering wizard. "Their time passed with the Scorching, when the last of their kind turned against humanity and were hunted to extinction. An unfortunate necessity for our survival." He gestured toward the windows, where the mist had visibly crept higher since morning. "Though it seems their revenge continues even centuries after their fall. The dragon's breath consumes more of our city each season." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows knitted together as he turned from the throne. "Curious, is it not, that this mist began precisely 100 years after the last Dragon King disappeared? Not immediately, as one might expect from a death curse, but a century later, as if triggered by some predetermined event." Before the regent could respond, the great doors swung open to admit a woman whose bearing commanded attention despite her simple traveling clothes. Her auburn hair was bound in a practical braid, though a few escaped strands framed a face too regal to be anything but noble-born. At her hip hung an ornate scabbard bearing the royal crest, though the blade it contained remained hidden. "Princess Lysandra," the regent acknowledged, his voice cooling several degrees. "Your return to court was not expected for another fortnight. The situation in the outer provinces could not wait for court protocol, uncle," she replied, her eyes briefly meeting Gandalf's with unspoken recognition. "The mist has reached the amber fields. The harvest will fail if the farmers cannot return to their lands." Gandalf observed the tension between niece and uncle with interest. Lysandra's exile to the borders had been presented as a diplomatic mission, but whispers among the castle staff suggested it was punishment for questioning the regent's increasingly restrictive policies toward those with suspected dragon taint in their bloodlines. "Today we shall discuss provincial matters in council, niece," Malachi said dismissively. "Currently, I'm acquainting our guest with Drakoheim's history." "Then, perhaps I might continue the lesson," Lysandra suggested with dangerous politeness. "I've spent considerable time in our border archives uncovering historical accounts that seem to have been misplaced from the royal library." The air between them crackled with unspoken accusations. Finally, the regent bowed stiffly. "As you wish. The council convenes at sunset. Do not be late. Even royal blood must respect the protocols of governance." With that, he swept from the chamber, the doors closing heavily behind him. Once alone, Lysandra's formal demeanor softened slightly. "You received my message, then?" Gandalf nodded. "Though I admit, your claim seemed impossible until I began my research here." Dragons transformed, not exterminated. A fascinating theory, but one that would rewrite centuries of accepted history. "Not a theory," she replied, withdrawing a cloth-wrapped object from her satchel. As the fabric fell away, a dagger of unusual design caught the light. Its blade rippled with patterns reminiscent of scales. Its hilt formed in the shape of a dragon's head with tiny gemstone eyes. "This is the Draconic Blade, one of 7 royal artifacts thought destroyed during the Scorching. It was hidden in a monastery near the eastern border, preserved by monks who remained loyal to the old ways." Gandalf accepted the weapon carefully, feeling a subtle warmth emanate from the metal. "It responds to magic," he observed. "More specifically, it responds to dragon blood," Lysandra corrected. "Even the smallest trace, diluted through generations of human ancestry. When the blade touches one with dragon lineage, their true nature is momentarily revealed." The wizard's eyes widened. "You've tested this?" She pulled back her sleeve to reveal a curious birthmark, what might appear to be an unusual discoloration to most eyes, but to Gandalf's magical perception, clearly resembled scales. "Oh, I am descended from the royal line of Drakoheim, yet I never knew why the throne room always felt like home to me. The blade showed me what I truly am, what some of us still are, despite centuries of hiding and forgetting." Gandalf stroked his beard thoughtfully. If dragons were not killed, but transformed into humans, then the last Dragon King's disappearance was not death, but the final transformation, Lysandra finished. And somewhere in Drakoheim, his descendant lives, unaware of their heritage and the power they could wield to end the dragon's breath that slowly kills our kingdom. 3 days later, Gandalf found himself in the lowest level of Drakoheim, where the emerald mist swirled knee-deep through abandoned streets. Here, in what had once been the artisans' quarter, those suspected of carrying dragon blood had been gradually relocated over generations, subtly at first, then with increasing openness as the regent's policies formalized their separation from pure humans. Beside him walked a man who moved with predatory grace despite his scarred face and rough-spun clothes. Guile had been introduced as a mercenary familiar with the lower city's secretive paths, but Gandalf had immediately sensed something unusual about him, a heat that radiated from his skin even in the chill mist, and eyes that occasionally caught the light at impossible angles. "The regent's men call this the Scaleback Quarter now," Kyle remarked bitterly as they navigated the fog-shrouded streets. "As if we chose to be marked for persecution." "We?" Gandalf inquired mildly. Cale's laugh held no humor. "The princess trusts you, wizard, so I'll not waste time with denials. Yes, I carry the blood. Enough to feel the throne's call like a song in my dreams, not enough to manifest any useful traits beyond a resistance to cold and an unfortunate temper." They stopped before what appeared to be an abandoned bathhouse, its once grand marble facade now cracked and stained with centuries of neglect. Cale knocked in a pattern that suggested a code, and a concealed door swung inward to reveal stone steps descending beneath the city. "The regent believes those with dragon blood are tainted," Kyle explained as they descended. "The truth is precisely opposite. We are the only ones immune to the dragon's breath. While pure humans sicken and die with prolonged exposure, we thrive in it, as if the mist recognizes its own. The stairway opened into a vast underground chamber that Gandalf immediately recognized as ancient, far older than the city above. Massive columns carved to resemble dragons supported a ceiling lost in shadows, while at the chamber's center, a circular pool glowed with the same eerie emerald light as the mist above. Around this pool gathered perhaps 36 people of varying ages, each bearing some subtle mark of draconic heritage: unusual eye colors, faint scale patterns on exposed skin, small protrusions along spines or forearms that suggested stunted wings or claws. The blood scaled, Gandalf breathed, recognizing a gathering that by all official accounts should not exist. "What remains of us?" confirmed a melodious voice as Princess Lysandra stepped from behind a column. Gone were her courtly clothes, replaced by leather armor emblazoned with the same dragon crest as her blade. Every moon cycle, the mist grows stronger and claims more of the city. Those with even a drop of dragon blood feel compelled to gather here, drawn by something we don't fully understand. Gandalf approached the glowing pool cautiously. "This is no ordinary water," he observed, feeling the magical energies pulsing from its depths. "This is a remnant of wild dragon magic, powerful, primeval, untamed by human constraints." "The source of the mist," Lysandra confirmed, "began seeping into the world again exactly 100 years after the last transformation, as if responding to some predetermined signal. Our scholars believe it may be the dragon's essence trying to return to their descendants, to reverse what was done to them." An elderly woman stepped forward, her clouded eyes suggesting blindness, though she moved with certainty. "Tell him the whole truth, Princess." "Tell him of the Order." Lysandra's expression darkened. "The Order of Purification. They formed secretly within the royal court, dedicated to eradicating all traces of dragon heritage from Drakoheim's bloodlines. It was they who orchestrated the original transformation spell, not to save humanity from dragons as history claims, but to steal their power and immortality." "And the Regent?" Gandalf asked, though he already suspected the answer. "The current Grand Purifier," Kyle spat. "They've hunted us for generations, wizard. Each time a child shows too many draconic traits, they disappear. Each time someone demonstrates unusual resistance to fire or extraordinary longevity, they suffer the unfortunate accidents." Gandalf circled the pool slowly, his mind connecting pieces of a puzzle 3 centuries in the making. "The throne remains empty, because no purely human ruler can sit upon it without being consumed by its magic," he mused aloud. "Yet the original transformation spell left the dragons power and knowledge locked within their changed forms, passed down through generations of descendants who never knew what they carried within." He turned to face the gathered blood scaled. "Deirdre, the mist is not a curse, but an awakening. The dragon's essence calling to those who carry their blood, offering restoration of what was taken, but incomplete, unfocused. It spreads chaotically, harmful to those without the heritage to withstand it." Lysandra unsheathed her blade, which gleamed with inner fire in the pool's reflected light. The draconic blade is one of 7 royal artifacts. According to our oldest legends, when all 7 are reunited upon the scaled throne, the true heir will be revealed, one whose blood carries the essence of the last Dragon King himself. "And you believe finding this heir will stop the mist?" Gandalf asked. "We believe it is the only way to save both our peoples," she replied. The heir could control the mist, direct the transformation properly, instead of this half-formed chaos that kills humans and leaves the blood scale trapped between two natures. Gandalf's eyes twinkled with sudden understanding. Which is why you summoned me. You need someone who can move freely between worlds, human court and dragon sanctuary, to help locate the remaining artifacts and identify the heir. Kyle stepped forward, rolling up his sleeve to reveal an intricate pattern of scales that covered his entire arm. We have reason to believe the heir is among us already, someone whose transformation progresses despite the spell's constraints. He glanced meaningfully toward the princess. On someone with royal blood. Before Lysandra could respond, a warning bell echoed through the chamber. A young messenger burst in, panic evident in his face. The purifiers come. They've found the sanctuary entrance. The gathered blood scaled moved with practiced efficiency, some gathering children and elders toward hidden exits, others arming themselves for defense. Lysandra gripped Gandalf's arm urgently. Will you help us, Mithrandir? Will you stand with those who were betrayed rather than those who rewrote history to justify their theft? The chamber shook as something heavy battered the main doors. Time for deliberation had run out. Gandalf straightened to his full height, his staff beginning to glow with inner light as he made his choice. I stand always against those who twist truth to serve power, he declared, his voice carrying through the chamber with unexpected authority. And I suspect there is more to this tale than even you know, Princess of Dragons. As the doors began to splinter under the assault, Gandalf raised his staff high. Its crystal head blazed suddenly with brilliant white light that reflected off the emerald pool in dazzling patterns across the chamber walls, patterns that revealed ancient inscriptions previously invisible to the eye. "Behold," he commanded. In the true history of Drakoheim, written by the last Dragon King himself, the glowing runes spoke of betrayal and transformation, but also of hope, of a conscious choice to hide dragon essence within human form as protection against an even greater threat that had nearly extinguished dragonkind across all realms, of a planned awakening when the danger had passed, signaled by the return of the mist, of 7 artifacts that together would not merely reveal the heir, but restore the balance between human and dragon that had been Drakoheim's original strength. As armored purifiers burst into the chamber, they froze at the sight before them. A wizard standing between two worlds, illuminating a truth too long buried beneath layers of deception and fear. Behind him, Princess Lysandra stood tall, the draconic blade in her hand, now glowing with the same light as Gandalf's staff, responding to the awakening magic that filled the chamber. And in that moment of revelation, scales began to shimmer across her skin. No longer merely a birthmark, but the first signs of a transformation long denied, the return of the Dragon Throne's rightful heir to her true and glorious form. The battle for Drakoheim's soul had begun. Story 3, the great abyss of Avalorn yawned beneath a sky split between perpetual dawn and endless dusk, a wound in the world that no magic had sealed in 7 centuries. Stretching from the frost-touched mountains to the whispering sea, the chasm divided what was once a unified kingdom into the realms of Eastwatch and Westguard, its depths swirling with arcane energies that twisted and warped anything that ventured too close. At the edge of this impossible rift stood Gandalf the Grey, his weathered hands gripping the shattered remnants of his legendary staff, Illuminator, the once mighty artifact said to have been carved from a branch of the first tree and blessed by starlight, now lay broken, its crystal head fractured, its ancient wood splintered. 6 moons had passed since the Arcane Council had sent him forth to find a means of sealing the abyss. 6 moons of searching ancient ruins, consulting forgotten tomes, and venturing perilously close to the chasm's chaos-touched heart. 6 moons of failure. Your return was not announced. Mithrandir, came a voice from behind him, formal and cold. The council awaits your report. Gandalf did not turn to face Magister Thorn, whose silver-embroidered blue robes marked him as the council's emissary. Would you have me herald my failure with trumpets, Thorn? Shall I commission minstrels to sing of how Gandalf the Grey returned empty-handed while the abyss grows wider by the season? The wind carried whispers from the chasm below, voices that spoke in languages no mortal tongue could reproduce. Such voices had haunted Gandalf's dreams since his expedition into the depths, fragments of knowledge that teased his understanding like half-remembered songs. The council meets at midnight, Thorn replied, his tone softening slightly. They would hear your account, regardless of outcome. He hesitated, then added, some say you ventured too deep, that the abyss has touched your mind. They question your stability. Now Gandalf turned, his bushy eyebrows furrowed beneath his pointed hat. And what do you say, Magister Thorn? The younger wizard's gaze flicked to the broken staff, then back to Gandalf's face. I say that Mithrandir would not return without purpose, even in defeat. He bowed stiffly before retreating toward the white-spired city of Eastwatch that gleamed in the perpetual dawn. Gandalf remained at the precipice, his weathered fingers tracing the jagged edges of his broken staff. The crystal shard at its heart pulsed faintly, resonating with the chaotic energies rising from below. Within its fractured facets, he glimpsed again the vision that had driven him to return despite his failure. A figure wreathed in blue flame, standing amidst swirling chaos, arms outstretched not in supplication, but in containment. Archmage Eldrin, the martyred hero who had sacrificed himself to prevent the abyss from consuming all of Avalon, was alive. The arcane council's chamber hung suspended between Eastwatch's tallest spires, accessible only by enchanted lifts or for those rare few with mastery of flight. 7 thrones, carved from materials representing the fundamental magical elements, formed a circle around a scrying pool that reflected the night sky above. Upon 6 of these sat the ruling mages of Avalon's fractured kingdom, 3 from Eastwatch, 3 from Westguard, their traditional rivalries temporarily set aside in the face of the abyss's accelerating growth. The 7th throne, crafted of pure orichalcum and traditionally reserved for Archmage Eldrin, had remained empty since the cataclysm that created the Great Abyss. Gandalf stood before them, his grey robes still bearing the scorch marks and strange crystalline dust of his journey into the chasm. He had spoken for nearly an hour, detailing his expedition's findings, the discovery of ancient chambers far below that predated the kingdom itself, walls inscribed with warnings in languages lost to time, and the unmistakable evidence that the abyss was not a natural formation but a deliberately created prison. You speak of impossibilities, said Archmagistrix Sylvania of Westguard, her voice sharp as the winter winds her magic commanded. Eldrin's sacrifice is the cornerstone of our history. Every child knows how he gave his life essence to contain the cataclysm. What every child knows and what is true are not always the same, my lady, Gandalf replied, his patience wearing thin. And I saw him with my own eyes, maintaining the inner bindings that prevent whatever lies within the abyss from breaking free. Your eyes that gaze too long into chaos, countered Magister Vaughn, his hands gripping his obsidian staff tightly. The depths play tricks on the mind, Mithrandir. Many explorers have returned with fantastical tales, those fortunate enough to return at all. Gandalf reached into his robes and withdrew a fragment of parchment, placing it upon the scrying pool where it floated, illuminated by the reflected stars. This was found in a sealed chamber bearing Eldrin's personal sigil. It is in his hand, written after his supposed death. The council members leaned forward as the parchment's contents magnified above the pool's surface. Intricate diagrams depicted the abyss not as a simple chasm, but as a multi-layered seal with annotations in Eldrin's distinctive script. It speaks of the world devourer. Magister Thorn read aloud, his former skepticism giving way to scholarly interest. An entity of primordial hunger that existed before Avalon itself, which confirms what many scholars have theorized, Sylvania dismissed with a wave of her bejeweled hand. The existence of such an entity has been proposed in ancient texts. This proves nothing of Eldrin's survival. Gandalf's patience finally broke. Stubborn fools! While you debate in your lofty tower, the bindings weaken. I have seen the truth with my own eyes, felt it in the very fabric of magic that surrounds us. He raised his broken staff, and to the council's collective gasp, the crystal shard at its heart now pulsed with swirling energies that matched the abyss's distinctive chaotic pattern. Illuminator now resonates with the chasm's power. It was changed by proximity to the inner seals. Before anyone could respond, the chamber doors burst open. A woman strode in, her leather armor bearing the silver emblem of the arcane hunters, those tasked with tracking down rogue magic users. Her raven hair was pulled back severely from a face marked with ritual scars, denoting her rank as a senior hunter. At her hip hung a sword that seemed to drink in the light around it, a spellslayer blade forged specifically to disrupt magic. "Forgive the intrusion, honored council," she said, though her tone carried no trace of apology. "I come with urgent news from the western boundary." Her eyes fell upon Gandalf, narrowing slightly. "An impostor claiming to be Archmage Eldrin has been sighted in the Whispering Woods." Sylvania rose from her throne. "Hunter Maeve, your timing is remarkable. Mithrandir here was just regaling us with tales of Eldrin's survival." Maeve's hand moved instinctively to her sword hilt. "Then perhaps the wizard can explain how he came by information that only the hunters have possessed for the past fortnight." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. "I've had no contact with your order, Hunter Maeve. My knowledge comes from the abyss itself." "Convenient," she replied coldly. Magister Thorn intervened, stepping between them. "This coincidence may be providence rather than conspiracy. If both the hunters and Mithrandir have independently discovered evidence of Eldrin's survival, then the matter requires immediate investigation," concluded Sylvania. "Hunter Maeve, you will take Mithrandir to this impostor. Determine if there is any truth to these claims, and if not, deal with the fraud accordingly." Maeve's jaw tightened visibly, but she bowed in acceptance of her orders. "As you command, Archmagistrix." Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a hint of their old mischief as he regarded his reluctant new companion. "I shall endeavor not to slow you down, Hunter Maeve." Her reply was as cold as northern steel. "See that you don't wizard." The hunters have no patience for wild tales or broken magic. The journey to the Whispering Woods required crossing the Ebonshard Bridge, one of only 3 structures spanning the Great Abyss, each maintained at tremendous magical cost. As they approached the massive obsidian structure, Gandalf and Maeve faced the unsettling reality of Avalon's division. The eastern side where they stood basked in perpetual dawn light, flowers blooming year-round in vibrant meadows. Yet a mere 100 paces across the bridge, the western lands lay in eternal dusk, with stars always visible in the purple sky above forests of silver-barked trees. The division grows more pronounced each year, Gandalf observed as they approached the bridge checkpoint. Dawn reaches further east, dusk spreads further west, and the neutral territory between shrinks accordingly. Maeve's eyes remained fixed on the horizon. The Council wastes resources maintaining the pretense of a unified kingdom. Westguard and Eastwatch should formalize their separation and focus on containing the Abyss instead of these symbolic gestures of unity. The kingdom's division and the Abyss are not separate problems, Hunter Maeve, but manifestations of the same wound. Gandalf leaned heavily on his broken staff as they presented their council-issued passage documents to the bridge guardians. Heal one, and you may heal both. The guards, armored figures whose helmets concealed their features completely, examined their papers with unnerving thoroughness before allowing them passage. As they stepped onto the bridge proper, Gandalf felt the familiar resonance of the abyss below, tugging at his staff. The crystal shard pulsed more brightly, drawing concerned glances from Maeve. "And your staff reacts to proximity," she noted, her hand never straying far from her Spellslayer blade. "It's been corrupted by chaos magic." "Not corrupted," Gandalf corrected. "Transformed. There is a difference." Before she could reply, a keening wail rose from the depths below. Both travelers froze as the bridge trembled beneath their feet. From the chasm arose a creature that defied natural law, a sinuous, serpentine form, composed of fragments of reality stitched together in impossible ways. Parts of it reflected sunlight that didn't exist on this side of the abyss, while other segments seemed to exist in multiple locations simultaneously. "Chaos worm!" shouted the bridge guards, raising enchanted crossbows. "Take cover!" Maeve drew her sword in a fluid motion, its darkness-drinking blade humming with suppressed power. "They've grown bold to attack the bridge directly." Gandalf stepped forward, raising his broken staff. "The barrier's thin. What once was contained now finds paths to our reality." The crystal shard blazed with sudden intensity as he spoke words in a language that made the air itself shiver. The chaos. Worm recoiled momentarily, its composite form rippling with distress. "Your magic still functions?" Maeve asked with undisguised surprise as she took position beside him. "Imperfectly," Gandalf admitted as the creature recovered and surged toward them. "But sometimes imperfection has advantages of its own." What followed was a dance of blade and spell against chaotic power. Maeve's sword carved through the worm's substance, temporarily disrupting its coherence wherever the dark metal connected. Gandalf's magic manifested not as the precise, controlled force it once had been, but as unpredictable bursts that seemed to confuse the chaos-born creature with their very inconsistency. When the battle ended and the worm's essence dispersed back into the abyss, both wizard and hunter stood breathing heavily upon a bridge now scored with magical burns and slashes. "You fight, unusually for a council wizard," Maeve observed, sheathing her blade after carefully cleaning its edge. Gandalf chuckled, though the sound held little humor. "I am not as I once was, Hunter Maeve." "The abyss changes all it touches." Her eyes studied him with new consideration. "Perhaps that is why you believe you saw Eldrin. Perhaps you saw only what the abyss made of your hopes. Or perhaps," Gandalf countered, meeting her gaze steadily, "I saw the truth that others have refused to see for 7 centuries. The Whispering Woods lived up to their name, with silver-leafed trees that rustled in conversation even when no wind stirred their branches. Perpetual twilight filtered through the canopy, casting the forest floor in shadows that seemed to move with purpose when observed from the corner of one's eye. For 3 days, Gandalf and Maeve tracked rumors of the supposed Eldrin. a hooded figure who had been seen healing blighted areas of the forest where chaos energy from the abyss had corrupted the natural order. Villagers spoke of withered groves, restored to health overnight, of tainted water running clear again after the stranger's visit. Parlor tricks, Maeve insisted, as they followed a stream recently purified. Any competent restoration mage could manage such feats. Gandalf ran his fingers through the crystal-clear water, feeling the subtle resonance of powerful magic. Few mages indeed could cleanse chaos taint so thoroughly. Hunter Maeve. Fewer still would do so anonymously, without seeking reward or recognition. She made a non-committal sound, but Gandalf noted how her expression had gradually softened during their journey. The rigid hunter who had confronted him in the council chamber had given way to a more contemplative companion, as they witnessed more evidence of their quarry's benevolence. On the fourth day, as they made camp beside a circle of ancient standing stones, Maeve finally spoke of what had been troubling her. "The hunters have a prophecy," she said quietly, staring into their small campfire. "Passed down from the first archmage to our founders. It speaks of a time when the broken barrier between worlds shall be mended by broken instruments in broken hands." Her eyes lifted to Gandalf's staff. "Udi, when I was assigned to investigate this Eldrin impostor, I did not expect to find myself traveling with a wizard bearing a broken artifact that responds to the abyss." Gandalf's eyes twinkled in the firelight. "Perhaps we are both instruments of something greater than ourselves, Hunter Maeve." Before she could respond, the standing stones around them began to glow with soft blue light. From between two monoliths stepped a hooded figure, tall and straight-backed despite the apparent weight of centuries carried in his posture. "Or perhaps," said a voice that seemed to resonate with the stones themselves, "you are both simply stubborn enough to find what others have missed for 700 years. The figure lowered his hood, revealing a face both ancient and timeless, white hair and beard, framing eyes that contained the depth of stars and the swirling energies of the abyss itself. Eldrin, the lost archmage of Avalorn, stood before them. "You did not die," Maeve stated flatly, her hand instinctively moving to her sword before falling away. "All this time." "Oh, I died after a fashion," Eldrin replied, settling himself upon one of the smaller stones with the casual ease of one who had done so countless times before. The man who led the Arcane Council and dreamed of a unified Avalorn perished the day the World Devourer nearly broke through. What remains is something else. Neither fully alive nor truly dead, but bound to the task of maintaining the seals. Gandalf stepped forward, presenting his broken staff. "I saw you, in the depths. You were holding back the chaos with your bare hands." Eldrin's ancient eyes softened with recognition. "Illuminator. I wondered what had become of my old friend." He reached out, brushing gnarled fingers against the crystal shard, which flared brilliantly at his touch. "You ventured deeper than any have dared since the cataclysm, Mithrandir. Few minds could withstand such exposure without breaking." "The Council believes the abyss is growing," Maeve interjected. "Villages have been evacuated as the boundaries expand." "They are correct, though not for the reasons they believe." Eldrin's face grew grave. "The World Devourer stirs in its prison. The seals were designed to last 1,000 years, time enough, I had hoped, to find a permanent solution. But my strength wanes after 7 centuries of vigilance, and no successor has emerged." His gaze fell heavily upon Gandalf. "Until perhaps now." Understanding dawned in Gandalf's eyes. "The broken staff, the prophecy. You believe I am meant to take your place. The abyss calls to you, does it not?" Illuminator responds to its energies not as corruption, but as transformation. Eldrin rose, suddenly seeming taller, more substantial than before. I cannot maintain the inner seals much longer, Mithrandir. When they fail, the outer barriers will collapse, and the World Devourer will consume not just Avalon, but all realms connected to it. Maeve stepped between them, her expression troubled. The hunters were formed to find your successor. That much of our purpose I knew, but not to bind them to a living death between realities. Not death, Hunter Maeve, Eldrin corrected gently. Transcendence. Painful, yes. Lonely, undoubtedly, but necessary. Gandalf stood silent, weighing the revelation against his centuries of existence. Finally, he raised his broken staff, which now pulsed in rhythm with the standing stones around them. As if this is my path, then I shall walk it, he declared. But first, I would know the truth of what lies below, the full truth, not legends or half measures. Eldrin nodded solemnly. That is your right. He raised his hands, and the air between them shimmered, forming images of cosmic vastness. Before Avalon, before the races of this world achieved sentience, the entity we call the World Devourer came from beyond the stars. It consumed entire realities, growing stronger with each world absorbed into its being. The vision showed a massive, shifting form of impossible geometry and hunger that defied comprehension. The first mages, beings of nearly godlike power, could not destroy it, for its essence existed partially outside our reality. Instead, they created a prison between dimensions, a carefully constructed abyss that would contain it while keeping it separate from any single world. The image shifted to show intricate magical constructs forming layers of protection around the entity. For eons, the prison held. But the Devourer is patient and clever. It found weaknesses, subtle flaws in the design. By the time I discovered what was happening, it had already begun to break free. I could not repair the ancient magics. They were beyond even my understanding. So instead, I modified them, using myself as a living key to reinforce the weakest points. The vision faded, leaving only the three of them in the stone circle once more. And now you seek to pass this burden to me, Gandalf said quietly. I seek to offer you the choice, Eldrin corrected. The staff has already begun the transformation. You could complete it, take my place maintaining the seals from within, or, Maeve prompted. Or Mithrandir could attempt what I never dared, to enter the abyss fully and confront the World Devourer directly, to end the threat permanently rather than merely containing it. Eldrin's eyes held both hope and fear. It would mean almost certain destruction, but if successful, Gandalf looked down at his broken staff, then to Maeve, whose face reflected the same conflict he felt within. How long do we have before the inner seals fail completely? Days, perhaps, Eldrin admitted. A week at most. The wizard squared his shoulders, determination settling over him like a familiar cloak. Then we have work to do, and little time to waste. Hunter Maeve, will you stand with me, whatever path I choose? She placed her hand upon her sword hilt, and for the first time since their meeting, offered him a genuine smile. The prophecies speaks of broken instruments. Mithrandir, perhaps my blade has a part to play as well. As the three figures stood in the glowing circle of ancient stones, the whispering woods fell silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Above them, stars shone in the eternal dusk sky, while far below, in the depths of the great abyss, something ancient and hungry sensed the gathering of power and turned its unfathomable attention upward with renewed interest. The final confrontation for Avalorn's fate had begun. Story 4. The sky above the valley of Ardenvale burned crimson as Kar Vulcan, the ancient fire mountain, belched forth clouds of ash for the third time that month. Villagers scurried through cobblestone streets, clutching possessions and children as they prepared for yet another temporary evacuation. They had grown accustomed to these disruptions over the past season, but the increasing frequency stirred whispers of doom among the elders. None noticed the grey-robed figure who arrived on that inauspicious evening, his beard as white as the snow that still clung to the distant peaks untouched by the mountain's growing wrath. Gandalf the Grey stood at the valley's entrance, his weathered staff planted firmly in the earth as he listened intently to something beyond the rumbling and chaos. "So it begins again," he murmured, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames atop the distant peak. Where others heard only thunderous roars and terrifying explosions, Gandalf discerned patterns, notes strung together in a haunting melody that spoke in a tongue long forgotten by the mortal world, the Song of Ashes, a language he had not heard in over 2 millennia. A small child tugged at his robe, breaking his concentration. "Mister, are you a wizard? Can you make the mountain stop being angry?" Gandalf looked down, his stern features softening as he met the child's hopeful gaze. "I am indeed a wizard, young one, and I shall certainly try to calm the mountain's temper." He produced a silver coin from seemingly nowhere and pressed it into the child's palm. "Now run along to your family, safety first." As the child scampered away, Gandalf's expression grew grave once more. The melody emanating from the volcano spoke of ancient bindings weakening, of something vast and terrible stirring beneath layers of stone and magic. He had feared this day would come, though he had hoped it would not be during his watch. The village elder, a woman whose face mapped decades of harsh winters and scorching summers, approached him warily. The strangers rarely come to Ardenvale these days, especially not when Kar Vulcan sings its death song. "Death song?" Gandalf inquired, though he already suspected the answer. "That's what we call it. The strange sounds that come before each eruption, like music but twisted, unnatural." She crossed herself in an ancient warding gesture. "Each time, it grows louder. Each time, the tremors last longer." Gandalf nodded thoughtfully. "I must speak with your most learned scholars and any who claim knowledge of the mountain's history." The elder laughed bitterly. "Scholar, in Ardenvale, you'll find shepherds and smiths here, wizard. The only one who speaks of the mountain's history is old Baelor, and most believe his mind left him seasons ago." She pointed toward a solitary cottage on the village outskirts, smoke rising from its chimney against the darkening sky. "This he awaits the mountain's awakening with joy rather than fear. Make of that what you will." The cottage door swung open before Gandalf could knock. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the warm light within. A man of indeterminate age, with copper-hued hair and eyes that gleamed like polished amber in the twilight. "I wondered when one of your order would arrive, Mithrandir," said the man called Baelor, using a name Gandalf had not heard spoken aloud in this region for centuries. The bindings weakened faster than expected. Gandalf studied the man with newfound intensity. "You know who I am, and what approaches." "Indeed." Baelor gestured for Gandalf to enter. "Just as you now recognize what I am, though these villagers see only an eccentric old man." The cottage interior belied its humble exterior, shelves lined with ancient tomes and artifacts that no mortal collector could have amassed in a single lifetime. Maps covered the walls, their edges scorched and yellowed with age, each marked with locations scattered across the known world. "Now you've hidden yourself well," Gandalf remarked, noting the subtle shimmer of scales beneath the man's skin when the firelight caught him at certain angles. Few dragons master such perfect transformation. Baelor's laugh rumbled like distant thunder. And fewer still wizards can hear the Song of Ashes with such clarity. I felt your listening when you arrived. He poured a deep red liquid into 2 goblets carved from obsidian. The question remains, do you understand what it foretells? Gandalf accepted the offered drink. Infernus stirs in his prison. The elemental seals weaken with each passing decade, and now... He trailed off, taking a thoughtful sip. And now they stand on the precipice of failure, Baelor finished grimly. Or the flaming titan who nearly consumed the world during the First Age awakens from his enforced slumber. The wizard gazed into the dancing flames of the hearth. The song speaks of 4 seals, each aligned to an element: water, earth, air. And fire, yes, Baelor interrupted, moving toward one of the maps. The original elemental maestros scattered them for safety after the imprisonment. One beneath the Whispering Falls to the north, another deep within the crystal caverns eastward. The third atop the Howling Spire where the winds never cease. And the fourth, he hesitated. And the fourth was entrusted to dragonkind, Gandalf finished softly, which explains your presence here, so close to Infernus's prison. Baelor nodded solemnly. I am the last Fire Warden. When my brethren fled these lands, or succumbed to the hunting parties of old, I remained to guard what was entrusted to us. From around his neck, he withdrew a pendant, a ruby teardrop encased in gold filigree that pulsed with inner light like a beating heart. The fire seal remains intact, but alone it cannot contain him much longer. Gandalf closed his eyes, listening once more to the distant melody that now seemed to permeate the very air around them. The children of flame have returned as well, he said, opening his eyes with sudden urgency. I hear their counterpoint in the song, their ritual chants accelerating the prison's decay. Yes, Baelor confirmed grimly. They establish footholds near each seal, working to corrupt or destroy them before anyone realizes the danger. He rolled out a larger map across the table. We have perhaps a fortnight before Infernus breaks his chains completely. The question is whether 2 lone guardians, one ancient dragon and one wandering wizard, can possibly succeed where an army of maestros once barely triumphed. Gandalf's eyes twinkled suddenly with determined fire. We shall have to be particularly clever then, won't we? Dawn broke over the Whispering Falls 3 days later, its mists forming rainbow arcs above the thundering waters. Gandalf stood at the edge of the precipice, staff raised as he chanted in a language that seemed to make the very air vibrate with power. Behind him, Baelor fought in his true form, copper scales gleaming as he dispatched the last of the cultists who had established their corrupting influence around the water seal. The inner chamber reveals itself, Gandalf called over the roar of the falls as the waters parted, exposing a hidden cavern behind their curtain. They moved swiftly inside, where a pedestal of pure crystal held a sapphire orb wreathed in perpetual dewdrops. Around it, blackened remnants of corrupting magic smoldered, evidence of how close the children of flame had come to destroying the first seal. Their power grows, Baelor observed, resuming human form as they approached the artifact. They nearly succeeded here. Gandalf placed his palm over the sapphire, his voice dropping to a whisper as he spoke words of renewal. The orb pulsed briefly with renewed brilliance. It will hold now, but we must restore it completely once all seals are secured. He withdrew a silver vial from within his robes. We carry its essence with us. Similar scenes played out at the Crystal Caverns and atop the windswept Howling Spire. Each location revealed a seal under assault by the cult. Each required Gandalf's ancient knowledge and Balor's formidable strength to secure. With each victory, Gandalf collected a portion of the elemental essence in enchanted containers, while the distant rumbling of Carvulcan grew steadily more ominous. The cultists grew more numerous and better prepared with each confrontation. By the time they secured the Heir seal, an emerald sphere that hovered perpetually inches above its plinth, both wizard and dragon bore wounds from the increasingly desperate battles. "They know we collect the seals," Balor said as they made camp in the sheltered lee of a mountainside, the glow of Carvulcan visible even from this distance. "The final confrontation will draw all their remaining strength." Gandalf nodded solemnly, his fingers tracing the ancient symbols in a tome he had carried throughout their journey. The renewal ritual requires all 4 seals returned to the Chamber of Binding beneath Carvulcan itself. There, the combined power must be channeled through one who understands the Song of Ashes. "And few remain who comprehend its complexities," Balor noted, watching Gandalf closely. "Indeed." The wizard closed the tome. The original binding required the sacrifice of the lead maestro, his life force becoming the keystone that locked Infernus away. He met Balor's amber gaze steadily. "I suspect similar payment will be demanded once more." Balor's expression remained unreadable. "You've known this from the beginning. I have lived many lifetimes, old friend. Few endings could be more meaningful than preventing the world's unmaking." Gandalf's voice carried no fear, only quiet acceptance. The slopes of Carvulcan trembled continuously as they made their final ascent. The air shimmered with heat, while ash and cinders rained from skies turned the color of freshly spilled blood. At the mountain's crown, a massive obsidian doorway stood etched with warnings in a dozen forgotten languages. They had almost reached it when the earth before them erupted, disgorging dozens of red-robed figures, led by a woman whose skin was inscribed with glowing runes of binding and breaking. "Would High Priestess Azarath," Balor growled, flames already licking at his human fingertips. "The last dragon and the Grey Wanderer," she replied, her voice carrying the same haunting melody that emanated from the mountain itself. "How fitting that you should witness the rebirth of our master after guarding against it for so long." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff blazing with white light that pushed back the crimson gloom. "Your master brings only destruction, priestess. The world as you know it will end in his awakening. The world as we know it deserves ending," she spat. "Infernus will cleanse it with purifying flame and forge something glorious from its ashes." She raised her arms, and her followers surged forward. What followed was chaos, spell and counterspell, dragonfire against forbidden blood magic. Gandalf moved with surprising agility for one who appeared so aged, his staff striking with precision, while incantations flowed from his lips in a counter-melody to the Song of Ashes that now reached deafening intensity all around them. They fought their way to the obsidian doors, leaving broken cultists in their wake. Balor, now fully transformed into his massive draconic form, held the remaining attackers at bay while Gandalf pressed his palm against the ancient stone. "Dor Ithil Morthak," he commanded, and the mountain itself seemed to answer as the massive doors ground open, revealing a spiraling staircase that plunged into the heart of the volcano. "Go!" Balor roared, his tail sweeping 3 cultists from the narrow ledge. "Complete the ritual." "I shall ensure none follow." Gandalf hesitated only momentarily before descending into the depths, the containers of elemental essence clutched tightly against his chest. The Chamber of Binding opened before him, a vast cavern at the volcano's heart. where a lake of magma churned and bubbled around a central island of black stone. Floating above this platform, suspended in writhing chains of magical energy that had begun to fray and snap, was a being of pure fire and malice. Though still mostly contained, one massive arm of living flame had already broken free, reaching toward freedom with terrible purpose. Infernus, the flaming titan, stirred in his partial awakening. Gandalf moved swiftly to the altar at the island's center, arranging the three collected essences in their proper positions before adding Balor's ruby pendant, the fire seal, to complete the pattern. The Song of Ashes reached its crescendo all around him, the very walls of the chamber resonating with its power. "I understand your song now," Gandalf whispered, raising his staff high. "I hear your hunger, your rage, your patient vengeance." His voice strengthened, joining the melody but altering it subtly, introducing counter-harmonies that made the fraying chains momentarily strengthen. "But this world is under my protection, and you shall not claim it." He began the final incantation, each word costing him visibly as energy flowed from his body into the four seals. They responded immediately, pulsing with renewed power, reaching tendrils of elemental force toward the imprisoned titan. Infernus roared, a sound of such primal fury that the entire mountain shook. His partially freed arm swung toward Gandalf, seeking to interrupt the ritual before completion. The wizard never faltered. As the massive flaming appendage descended toward him, Gandalf thrust his staff into the center of the four seals and spoke the final binding word. Light exploded outward in four distinct colors: sapphire blue, emerald green, diamond white, and ruby red, engulfing both Titan and wizard in its purifying radiance. The chains of binding renewed themselves instantly, thicker and stronger than before, wrapping around Infernus with unbreakable purpose. When the light finally faded, the Titan hung motionless once more, fully contained within his magical prison. At the altar, Gandalf the Grey remained standing, though his form seemed somehow diminished, more transparent than before. Balor found him there moments later, having dispatched the last of the cultists above. "You survive," the dragon observed with evident surprise. Gandalf's smile held both wisdom and sadness, in a manner of speaking. "The ritual demanded its price. Much of my power and life force now maintains the binding." He gestured toward the imprisoned Titan. "He shall sleep for another age, at least. And you? I must sleep as well, for a time." Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff. "Find me a quiet place, old friend, where I may recover what strength remains to me. The world will have need of us both again, I fear, before the final song is sung." Together they departed the Chamber of Binding, sealing it behind them as Kar Vulcan settled into dormancy once more. The Song of Ashes faded to a distant lullaby, a reminder of ancient powers temporarily pacified but never truly defeated. In the valley below, the people of Ardenvale looked up to see the angry red glow of the mountain transform to a peaceful white plume, while the trembling earth grew still beneath their feet. None would ever know how close their world had come to ending, nor the sacrifice that had prevented it. Such is often the way with wizards and their quiet heroism. Story 5. The sun never touched the northern lands of Luminiara, where eternal twilight reigned over frost-crowned peaks and forests of silver-barked trees. In the south, perpetual daylight bathed golden fields and crystal spires in radiant warmth. Between these realms stretched the borderlands, a narrow strip where dawn and dusk existed in fragile balance, where emissaries exchanged whispers across a divide older than memory itself. Gandalf the Grey stood at this threshold, his weathered hand gripping his staff as he gazed northward. The wind carried whispers of impending doom, tales of murdered ambassadors and accusations hurled across the boundary like poisoned arrows. His ancient eyes, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless kingdoms, perceived the threads of a darker design woven through these events. "War brews between light and shadow," he murmured to his companion, a small thrush perched upon his shoulder. "Yet neither the Solar Queen nor the Shadow Lord truly desires it. Someone else pulls at fate's strings." The bird chirped softly before taking flight, disappearing into the peculiar half-light that characterized the borderlands. Gandalf adjusted his pointed hat and continued his journey toward the neutral settlement of Twilight's Edge, where representatives of both realms had been found with their throats cut 3 nights prior. The town emerged from the mist like a ship at sea, buildings of white stone and black timber intertwined in curious harmony. Guards bearing the golden sun emblem of the south and the silver crescent of the north patrolled in pairs, their uneasy alliance a testament to the severity of recent events. "Mithrandir," a voice called from the shadows of an alleyway. "I had hoped you would answer the summons." A figure stepped forth, a woman with silver hair on one side and gold on the other, her eyes mismatched. One bright amber, the other deep cobalt. She wore robes that shifted between light and dark with every movement. "Seraphina of the Twilight Weavers," Gandalf acknowledged with a nod. "I received no summons, merely the whispers of troubled winds." Her lips curved into a knowing smile. "The winds themselves are our messengers when matters grow dire. Walk with me, old friend." There are ears everywhere, and what I must tell you cannot be overheard. They traversed the winding streets until reaching a sanctuary beneath an ancient oak tree, whose branches bore both golden and silver leaves. Runes of protection glimmered briefly as they passed the threshold. "The weavers have betrayed their purpose," Seraphina began without preamble. "For millennia, we have maintained the balance between the realms, ensuring neither light nor shadow gained dominance. Now, Elder Morvath leads a faction who believe reunification is the only path forward." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows furrowed deeply. "Reunification, you speak of the primordial sundering." "Yes. The ancient texts speak truth. The rulers of both kingdoms are but halves of a single entity, deliberately separated to maintain the world's equilibrium. Morvath intends to force their reunion through the eclipse ritual. Such magic has not been attempted since the First Age," Gandalf said gravely, leaning upon his staff. "The consequences could unmake the very fabric of this realm. Which is why I sought you, Mithrandir. You alone possess both the wisdom to understand what's at stake and the power to intervene. The assassinations were merely the first step, sacrifices to power the ritual preparations." Gandalf closed his eyes, his mind reaching back through centuries of lore and forgotten knowledge. "We will need allies," he said finally, "one who can move unseen between both worlds." "I know of such a man," Seraphina replied, though "ed man" may not be the right word. "His name is Corvus, and his loyalty extends only to whoever pays his price. Then we shall offer what cannot be refused, truth." The tavern called the Fractured Mirror served patrons from both realms, its interior divided by a line of salt and iron. Gandalf sat in the neutral territory at the center, watching as a lean figure in a grey cloak entered, moving with the practiced grace of one accustomed to avoiding notice. "You see Corvus," the man said, sliding into the seat opposite Gandalf. His features seemed to shift subtly in the flickering tavern light, sometimes sharp, sometimes soft, never quite the same from one moment to the next. "And you are he who bears that name," Gandalf replied, pushing a goblet of wine across the table. "Though I wonder if it is your true one." A smile flickered across Corvus's face. Names have power, especially to wizards. I prefer keeping mine close. As do I. Some call me Gandalf, others Mithrandir. Names are but shadows of our true selves. The wizard leaned forward. You work for both the Solar Queen and the Shadow Lord. It wasn't a question, but Corvus answered nonetheless. Information flows like water, and I merely direct its course to those willing to pay for the privilege. Both rulers wish to know who murdered their emissaries. And what have you discovered? Enough to know that higher powers are involved. The killings were ritualistic, the bodies positioned to form a partial eclipse when viewed from above. Corvus sipped his wine. But you already knew this. Gandalf nodded slowly. I seek your help, Corvus. Not for coin, but for something far more valuable. And what might that be? Your heritage. The truth of your birth during the last great eclipse, when the boundaries between realms thinned. Corvus went still, his ever-shifting features freezing momentarily in genuine surprise. How could you possibly... I was there, Gandalf said simply. I witnessed your mother's sacrifice, a weaver who loved both light and shadow too deeply to choose between them. A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the distant murmur of tavern patrons. What do you want from me? Corvus finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Help me prevent a war and stop those who would forcibly reunite what was separated for good reason. In return, I offer you the full truth of your lineage and purpose. Corvus studied the wizard's weathered face. Lead on, Mithrandir. It seems my fate was written in the stars long before this meeting. The ancient Temple of Equilibrium rose from the mists of the borderlands like a monument to forgotten gods. Half its structure gleamed with polished white marble, while the other half was carved from obsidian so dark it seemed to devour light. At its center stood a circular chamber where a beam of sunlight and a column of shadow converged upon a single altar. Gandalf, Seraphina, and Corvus approached cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. They've already begun the preparations, Seraphina whispered, pointing to freshly carved runes upon the altar. The next eclipse comes in 3 days. Then we have little time, Gandalf replied, his eyes scanning the intricate symbols. These speak of the original unity, the being of pure twilight that existed before the sundering. Corvus touched the altar, and the runes briefly glowed beneath his fingertips. It responds to me, he said, startled. Because you are born of both realms, Gandalf explained, neither fully of light nor shadow, but of the sacred balance between. It is why the Weavers have watched you from afar all these years. And why both rulers have always trusted my information, Corvus added, comprehension dawning. They each sensed something familiar in me without knowing why. Their conversation halted at the sound of approaching footsteps. A dozen figures in half-light, half-dark robes emerged from hidden passages, led by an elderly man whose eyes glowed with fanatical purpose. "And Elder Morvath," Seraphina hissed. "Seraphina the Betrayer," the elder replied coldly before turning to Gandalf. "And Mithrandir, the Wandering Meddler. How fitting that you should arrive now, at the culmination of our great work." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff glowing with inner light. "Your great work threatens the very foundation of this world, Morvath." The sundering was not a mistake to be corrected, but a necessity to be preserved. "Necessity," Morvath scoffed. "Look around you, wizard. Endless conflict, eternal division. The primordial being was harmony incarnate before frightened ancestors tore it asunder." "It was chaos incarnate," Gandalf countered, "a power too vast for this world to contain." "Its division created balance, not discord." "Enough debate," Morvath declared, raising his hands. The other weavers formed a circle, their chanting filling the chamber with eerie resonance. The preparations are complete. When the eclipse comes, we shall channel its power through this child of twilight. He pointed at Corvus, and reunite what should never have been divided. Gandalf's staff struck the ground with thunderous force. You shall not pass beyond reason into madness. The sundering was my work, and I shall defend it. Silence fell as Morvath's eyes widened. You, the legends speak of a nameless order of ancient ones who... Legends often lose details over countless retellings, Gandalf said grimly. I led that order, and I alone remain to witness what our work accomplished. The being we sundered was neither good nor evil, but power unbound by conscience, a force that would have consumed all in its path. As he spoke, Gandalf seemed to grow taller, his grey robes shimmering with power long concealed. I have walked this world through many ages, watching over the divided realms. The conflict you see is but a shadow of the destruction that unity would bring. The temple trembled as powers ancient and terrible awakened. Seraphina clutched Corvus's arm, her mismatched eyes wide with fear and awe. He never told me, she whispered, all my years as a weaver, and I never knew. Morvath's followers began to back away, their certainty wavering before Gandalf's unveiled might, but the elder himself stood firm. Even you cannot stop what has been set in motion, he declared. The alignment approaches, and the vessels draw near. As if summoned by his words, the temple doors burst open. In strode two figures of impossible contrast, the Solar Queen in her golden armor, radiant as the midday sun, and the Shadow Lord wrapped in darkness deeper than the void between stars. What deception brings us here? The Queen demanded, her voice like chiming bells. What treachery awaits? Echoed the Lord, his words the whisper of winter wind. Their eyes fell upon each other, and for the first time in millennia, the sundered halves of a primeval being stood face to face across the chamber of equilibrium. Gandalf turned to Corvus, urgency in his ancient eyes. Now comes your purpose, child of twilight. Neither light nor shadow, but the sacred balance between you alone can maintain the veil that must not fall. Understanding bloomed within Corvus as he stepped forward, standing between the approaching rulers. His form began to shift, his very essence expanding to form a living barrier of twilight. Not a wall of separation, but a bridge of understanding. Remember who you were, he said to the approaching rulers, his voice resonating with newfound power. Remember why you chose division over dominion. As his words echoed through the chamber, memories older than the kingdoms themselves stirred within the rulers. Their advance halted, recognition flickering across their regal faces. We chose this, the Shadow Lord murmured, for the sake of all, the Solar Queen whispered. Gandalf nodded solemnly, to rule divided in wisdom rather than reign united in unbridled power. This was your choice, your sacrifice. The tension in the temple dissolved as Morvath fell to his knees, his certainty shattered by the truth revealed. The other weavers lowered their hands, the ritual abandoned. Outside, clouds parted to reveal the sky where sun and moon hung in perfect balance, not in eclipse, but in harmonious separation across the heavens. And the veil between crowns holds, Gandalf said softly, as it must, as it shall. In the days that followed, new accords were struck between the realms. Corvus, acknowledged by both rulers as a child of their shared past, became the first official ambassador to traverse the borderlands freely. The Twilight Weavers, under Seraphina's reformed leadership, rededicated themselves to maintaining balance rather than seeking unity. And Gandalf the Grey continued his endless journey, a guardian of ancient truths, walking between light and shadow with the wisdom of one who had seen both the dangers of division and the greater peril of forced unity. For in this world and all others he had known, true harmony came not from the absence of difference, but from the respectful balance between opposing forces, a lesson written in the very stars above Luminiara, where sun and moon traced their eternal, separate paths across a shared sky. Storie. 6. The skies above Nordheim wept crimson tears. Streaks of ruby light tore through the perpetual aurora that had sheltered the northern kingdom for a millennium, each flash accompanied by a distant, mournful note that seemed to resonate from the heavens themselves. In the highest tower of the Frostspire citadel, Prince Darian Frostwind stood alone, his silver eyes fixed upon the fracturing sky as his hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of Albastra. The legendary blade hummed in response, its azure runes pulsing with an urgency he had never before witnessed in his 15 years as its guardian. "It begins," he whispered, the words forming frost in the bitter air. "The seal weakens." For 1,000 years, the twin swords of Azurion had remained apart, Albastra in the frozen north and Crimsonfall in the sultry south, each blade guarded by descendants of the divided Celestial Empire. The great betrayal had torn asunder what once was whole, and the blades, forged in the blood of fallen gods, had been separated to maintain the fragile balance of a wounded world. But tonight, that balance trembled on the edge of oblivion. The warning horns echoed across the ice-carved valleys as shadows coalesced at Nordheim's borders. Creatures of nightmare, twisted amalgamations of flesh and darkness, poured from fissures in reality where the crimson light touched the earth. The Voidborn had returned, harbingers of the celestial collapse that the ancient texts had prophesied would come when the seal failed. Darian raced down the crystalline staircase, Albastra singing with each stride. In the Great Hall, his father's advisors argued in panicked tones, their voices drowning beneath the rising cacophony from beyond the walls. "The Eastern Barrier has fallen, Your Highness," General Thorn reported, her weathered face grave beneath her helm of frost-forged steel. "The Voidborn move unlike anything we've faced. They seek something." "They seek Albastra," Darian replied, the certainty in his voice silencing the chamber. "The seal that binds the god of duality weakens, and his fragments stir." High Sage Voran, keeper of the kingdom's most ancient lore, stepped forward with trembling hands. "Then the prophecy speaks true. When crimson tears fall from shattered skies, the twins shall call across divided lands." The old man's eyes widened. "You must seek Crimsonfall, my prince. Only together can the swords mend what was broken or complete what was begun. You speak of journeying to Sularia." King Haldir's voice boomed across the hall. "To our sworn enemies. The southern kingdom would sooner mount my son's head upon their gates than permit him near their sacred relic." "Nevertheless," Darian said, "I must try. If the texts are true, then Crimsonfall's guardian feels this disturbance too. Perhaps necessity will forge an alliance where diplomacy has failed." 3 days later, cloaked in enchantments of concealment woven by the royal mages, Darian crossed the veiled mountains that divided north from south. Albastra remained wrapped in spelled cloth upon his back, yet still it sang, a high, piercing melody that grew stronger with each league traveled southward. The lush forests of Sularia spread before him, a riot of emerald and gold, so unlike the crystalline beauty of his homeland. Here, life burst from every surface, vines climbing ancient trees whose canopies blocked the troubled sky from view. It was beneath those ancient boughs that they found him, Sularian rangers with bows of living wood and arrows tipped with thorns that dripped with luminescent venom. "Northern spy," their leader hissed, her amber eyes narrowed beneath a crown of flowering vines. "Your concealment magic reeks of ice and death. What brings Nordheim's prince so far from his frozen throne?" Darian slowly raised his hands. "I seek audience with your princess. The skies above Nordheim bleed, and the Voidborn march once more. I believe Princess Serena has witnessed signs as well." The rangers exchanged glances, laden with unspoken meaning. Their leader finally nodded. "The Bloodwood throne has indeed been troubled. Come, Prince of Ice. But know that one false move will see you feeding the heartroots before your next breath." The Sularian capital of Verdanthis was a marvel unlike any in the north, a city grown rather than built. Its structures coaxed from living trees over centuries of communion with the forest. At its center stood the Bloodwood throne, a massive tree with bark the color of garnets, its branches forming a natural cathedral where Princess Serena awaited. She stood tall and proud, her copper skin adorned with intricate tattoos that shifted like living things across her flesh. At her hip hung Crimsonfall, its ruby blade seeming to drink in the dappled light that filtered through the canopy. "So," she said, her voice like honey over gravel, "the Northern Prince comes seeking alliance. How desperate Nordheim must be." "Not as desperate as Sularia will soon become," Darian replied evenly. "Or the seal weakens. Surely you felt it through Crimsonfall." A flicker of surprise crossed her face before she masked it with regal indifference. "The sword has been restless. Dreams plague my people, dreams of a time before the division, of a being both terrible and divine." "Etheon," Darian said softly, "the god of duality." Serena's eyes narrowed. "What do you know of this?" "Only what the ancient texts reveal. That the twin swords were forged from the essence of a god too powerful to exist unchecked. That the first emperors of the Celestial Empire divided what could not be destroyed, binding each half in a blade. And yet," Serena countered, "your histories claim it was Sularia that betrayed the covenant. That we sought to reunite the blades for our own power, forcing your ancestors to flee northward with Albastra. While yours claim the opposite," Darian said with a wry smile. "Does perhaps neither tale tells the full truth." Before Serena could respond, a thunderous crack split the air. Above the forest canopy, visible through gaps in the living cathedral, the sky tore open like a wound. Crimson light poured through, and with it came a voice, neither male nor female, neither wrathful nor benevolent, that resonated within their very souls. "My children, my vessels, my freedom approaches." Both swords sang in response, Albastra's high, clear note twining with Crimsonfall's deeper resonance, creating a harmony that shook the very foundations of the Bloodwood throne. In the days that followed, as Voidborn assaults intensified on both kingdoms, Darian and Serena reluctantly formed an uneasy alliance. Together, they consulted the oldest records of both realms, seeking understanding that might save their people. In Sularia's living archives, chambers of bioluminescent fungi that stored memories rather than words, they discovered the truth that had been hidden from both kingdoms. "There was no betrayal," Serena whispered, her fingers tracing patterns in the glowing spores. "The division was planned, agreed upon by both sides. The ancient memory unfurled before them, the last emperor and empress of the united Celestial Empire standing before their people. Between them hovered the spectral form of Etheon, a being of perfect duality, light and dark, creation and destruction, mercy and judgment in perfect balance. The god grows too powerful, the emperor's voice echoed across time. Each prayer, each offering, each act of devotion feeds what should never have been worshipped. We cannot destroy a god, but we can divide its essence. One blade to the north, continued the empress, one to the south. Never to be reunited, lest Aetheon reform and consume us all. This is not betrayal, but sacrifice. Our unified empire ends today, so that humanity might endure. The vision faded, leaving Darian and Serena in stunned silence. 1,000 years of hatred, Darian finally said, based on a lie told to ensure the division remained absolute. A necessary lie, Serena replied softly. Had our ancestors known the truth, they might have sought reunion, believing themselves clever enough to control a god. As they emerged from the archives, messengers awaited with grave news. Both Nordheim and Sularia were now under full assault. The Voidborn pushed ever inward, their goal clear, to force the Guardians of the Swords together, to complete what the ancient emperors had prevented. We cannot hide from this, Darian said as they stood beneath the bleeding sky. The choice stands before us. Reunite the swords as Aetheon desires, or find another way. Serena's gaze was distant. There is always another way. She turned to him, her eyes reflecting the crimson light from above. The oldest prophecies speak not just of reunion, but of reforging. Two made one, or one made new. Understanding dawned in Darian's eyes. Not returning to what was, but creating what might be, she finished. On the borderlands between north and south, where ice gave way to forest, they made their stand. The armies of both kingdoms formed a desperate perimeter against the Voidborn horde, while at the center, Darian and Serena began the ritual. Ancient words passed their lips, half remembered, half intuited, as they drove both swords into the ground before them. Albastra and Crimsonfall sang their final duet as the magic took hold. The blades began to melt, their divine metal flowing together, not in reunion, but in transformation. The voice of Aetheon howled in rage and desperation as it realized their intent. You cannot unmake a god. No, Serena agreed, her hands clasped with Darian's over the molten swords. But we can remake one. The sky tore completely open, and Aetheon's fractured essence poured down upon them. Yet instead of possessing a single vessel, the divine power flowed into the transforming metal. The song of the swords reached its crescendo, and with a final blinding flash, the ritual completed. Where two swords had stood, a single tree now grew, half crystal, half living wood, its branches extending upward to mend the torn sky. Each leaf was a tiny blade, each root a flowing ribbon of metal and living tissue, the tree of balance, neither weapon nor prison, but sanctuary. As dawn broke across the unified armies, the Voidborn dissolved like mist before the sun. The voice of Aetheon spoke one final time, transformed from the imperious god to something new, something humbled. Two kingdoms, like myself, divided against their own nature. Perhaps in this new form, I may serve rather than rule. Balance, not dominion. Darian and Serena stood before their people, the truth of their shared history now revealed. The path ahead would not be easy. 1,000 years of division could not be healed in a day. But as the tree of balance stretched its crystal and wood branches toward a mended sky, the first notes of a new song began, one of harmony where once was discord, of strength found in unity, and of gods remade through mortal wisdom. The song of the twin swords had ended, The ballad of the balanced tree had just begun,